Hello, hello. Getting everything set up. Okay, so been a while since I've been able to make a stream. Um, Main update is I have been inundated with updates to my day job. I've software that I've been working on since April. We finally released it to production this week. So the last couple weeks have been super crunch time for that. I've probably put in 50, 60 hours a week for the last 2 weeks for my day job and just haven't had time to focus on this. I haven't had any good sections of time where I could stream. I've done just a few like little research days where I was trying to research how to do the next steps in the game. So we've been working on the item generation, tying items to heroes correctly, and then we talked about starting to work on some of the UIs for the inventory and the equipped items and stuff. So I've been trying to do a little bit of research on that. The asset that I'm using for the heroes also has a built-in inventory system. It's not all the way fleshed out, but it gives you a good starting point. So that's what we're going to look at today. See if we can't start building that out to where it connects to the system we have, where we're using a database to store a lot of these components. So we'll do our normal RPC calls from our back end, pull that data into Unity, and we'll make sure we pull it in a way where this inventory system can hook onto it and display everything. So just about have everything open. We can probably run a quick play test of the game itself, and then we'll jump back to this scene that I was working on so I can kind of explain the systems I'm going to start working on implementing. So let's do that real quick. So this is the Fantasy Heroes asset is the one that I've been using. But we're going to close out of this scene for now and jump back over to our game, just to give a quick update of where that was at too, because to be honest, it's been so long that I don't remember exactly where I was at on some of this. Sometimes you just gotta divert your attention to the most important task, and unfortunately the last couple weeks that was my day job. But it in no way means that this project is getting put to the side. I'm probably going to be a little bit farther behind as far as my goals, but that's okay. I'm going to make it work. All right, so I have errors. So maybe I didn't even have it in a state where it would run. Oh no, it's just complaining because the server's not running. Start the server up real quick, see if it starts. Feel like I'm brushing all the dust off of everything right now. A lot of this stuff hasn't been running for over a week. Let's see. Trying to position my other screen here with any updates on the stream so I don't miss any chat. Okay. That did not work. Why did it close? It's weird. It started and then it stopped. Why did it stop? It doesn't look like it had an error. It just looks like it didn't have anything keeping it running, which would be normal, except I have services that are listening that should make the service stay up. What the heck am I missing here? Let's see. Let's just do a clean install on the Maven to make sure everything's updated. I think in here on the server side, I'm sure the last things we were working on were related to items. And let's see if we can look at that while this is building. So we have the generic get item info call, which will get info. We have get equipped item. So I remember us working on that pretty close to that last time we were streaming. And I don't know if we completely finished that, but I think we were close. So it's building out the equipped items. Update equipped database item by slot. Okay. And our conversion routines to make sure it gets saved in the database and generates the RPC calls correctly. Then we have the generate item routine. This was the logic we have so far to generate the random items like we have. So if you haven't been part of our streams yet, we have a base item class, and that's like the catalog of items, base items that the game can pick from when it wants to generate an item. And it picks this based on the item level, and there's some base logic based on the location and the enemies that were fought. And then it does some based on the rarity of the item. It adds a number of different random modifiers to these items. So it starts with this base item, but then it also looks at this catalog of base item modifiers. So the same thing here, it's the level that kind of affects when these show up. So if you have a higher level item getting generated, you're going to have higher level item modifiers as well. And then it kind of does a random value from the low to high value here that gets added to the item and the stats that it will affect. So if it's just like a magic item, it might only have 2 of these. If it's a legendary item, it might add 5 different modifiers. And then once it's generated, it gets saved back as kind of a unique item for the game. So this links back to which base item was used. And then if you go into the item modifiers, this also links back to the generated item. So this kind of links all of that together. So you have all the base item stats, and then you have these modifiers that were added to make it a unique item, a uniquely generated item each time. And then the equip table, which we had just started fleshing out. I think we have this kind of set up where a lot of the back end logic is set up, but we don't have anything on the front end yet to do any of this or to either display it visually or allow the player to interact and change the equipped items. So that's kind of the next steps for us here. But you can see this is just a basic which hero it's on, which generated item it is, and which slot on the equip object that it's in. So very basic there, but doesn't have to be, shouldn't make it more difficult than it has to be. So that's how the database looks. So all those generated item logic, we have just the way to equip an item. So like I said, I have a lot of this back end stuff set up. I just don't have anything on the front end to actually trigger these calls through like actual buttons and stuff. And so that's close to the next step we're on. We're going to have to build out some kind of UI that will allow players to see all of their inventory items, click on those items, and then click an equip button, which will transfer it to the equipped UI where it will show the different slots and which items are in each slot. So let's do a quick review of actually we can probably run this now. Or is the server running? I didn't start it back up. I started talking and forgot I was trying to get the server to run. Let's see if it starts up this time. It's thinking. I don't think I had anything that would cause it to shut down. There we go. I guess I didn't have it built correctly because it started and stayed running this time, no problem. Okay, so back over on the UI, or on the front end, I should say. It's not just the UI. In the game itself in Unity. So this is making calls back and forth with that backend server we just looked at using RPC calls. I still have, this is just kind of tied to the combat scene right now. This was just where I was doing some of the base item testing. But eventually what I'm going to do is move any of this item stuff to like an equipment and inventory UI for the heroes. And I'll be able to show how that's going to look, at least starting out in a minute here. But what we had done is we made it where we could generate items. So if I click this generate item, you can see what it generates. And then I also created an equip button. I don't know if this was working. So that's the item it generated, was a level 40 sword. What happens if I click equip? See, I don't even remember doing this part. Let's jump into the database. Maybe I just made it where it was properly updating. Let's refresh this. 24910. Yeah, so we just generated item ID 11. We can see that. We can't really see that here, but we know. I mean, I just saw that was the one that changed. And we can also check this item ID. So it's item ID 11. If I jump back to the generated items, item ID 11 is base item 5. And if we refresh this, we can see that was the flaming sword of power, which is what we just generated. So cool. We actually got a little farther than I'd even realized. So we were actually equipping the items. The part I don't think I finished building out yet, but that will be sometime integrated with these next steps, is to take all of these values and make sure they're actually updating the hero's modified values. So like during combat, it needs to actually make them do more damage, have more hit points, have more attack speed, stuff like that. So I don't think I have that yet. We can check because I added values in the hero to store that. I added modified. See these? See how they're all null? So eventually we're going to generate all of these modified values. So these are all the base value, base stats. Every one of the base stats has a modified stat value here. And what we're going to do is create some logic that will go through all the equipped items. Once we add other stuff, it'll go through like all the equipped spells and buffs that can modify this stuff. And it will use the base stats plus those modified. And then that is the values that combat will use, is these values here. We're just not quite to that step yet, but we're getting close. We have kind of all the foundation in place. We just need to start tying it all together now. So let me jump back into Unity here and go back to that other scene that I had open, because that will kind of show what I'm working towards. Actually, I don't even know if it was that scene. It's the inventory scene that I want to open. It's under imported assets. Make sure I save this. I don't think I had any changes we just made, but before I switch over. Okay, so real quickly, you can kind of see how I'm working on structuring this. This is not my work here. This is the example inventory UI from the asset that I'm using. But this is a really good starting point because this is very similar to what I want. Let me push play because this is actually interactable as well. Okay, so you can see where you'll be able to actually modify the visual for the unit in the game. Because right now there's nothing equipped, so it's like a naked character. But you can click this section down here is just a scrolling list of objects, and you can click on these objects and that will populate this like item info section over here off to the side. And then based on what kind of item this is, so it's checking the item type here. Like right here, if I click gold, since that's not an equipable object, the equip button disappears. So it's doing a check to see what kind of item this is. And then based on what type of item that is, we'll display different actions on it. So right now, all we're going to have is equipable items. So the equip button will appear once you click this, and this will give you the base values. This won't look the same in our game, but this is just a good example. It'll show like the name of the item, and then it'll show the base stats, and then all the modifiers that were added to it to make it a unique randomly generated item. And then the equip button will remain here for our game. And if you click equip, it will update the unit's visual that's displayed. So that's really cool. I like that. And it also updates the equipment, the equipped objects here. So this is like the ones that are equipped on the characters, what these are. This is, when I was researching their code and how this is structured, this is just an array, and we can actually add different equipment slots. So this is perfect the way this is already set up. We're gonna start with just 2 equipment slots for now while we're testing. So it'll be a weapon slot and an armor slot. But then later on, we're going to add, kind of like they have here, a lot more flexibility with more different types of equipment. I plan on having like some item usable slots like they do down here. And I'm also going to add some slots for equip skills. So it's going to be a situation, I think, where you're going to be able to equip n number of skills. I don't know what it'll be yet, and maybe it can be upgradable as well. But I want them to be able to be equipped, and once they're equipped, then they can appear in combat for you to use. So it'll be a slight strategy move where you have to kind of decide which skills you want equipped at any certain time. You might have a group of 10 different skills, but you can only equip 4, for example. So different dungeons might require different skills to be equipped. So that's how that looks. This section over here, I'm going to build out just like they say. This will be like the modified hero stats section. So it'll show all the different stats that we have in our game. And it's going to show the base stats. And then I'm going to do like a plus in a different color and what the modified value is. So it'll be base stat plus number, and then maybe off to the left, if I think it helps, I might even add like the total value. I don't know if we need that. We probably just need base plus the modified value just to kind of differentiate what's coming from items and buffs and what the base stats are for the hero. So yeah, this is pretty nifty how they have this set up. And it's all the way they have this set up is nice. So they have the actual visual for this hero unit can be loaded and saved in a JSON format. So there's actually, I don't even know, there's probably 50 different elements that are included in this visualization. So just think of all these different pieces as being a different element within this whole visualization. So like the hair, the color of the hair, the face, the color of the face, the eyes, the color of the eyes, the mouth, the ears, the armor is actually broken into several different pieces, like the I think it's shoulders and a chest and a belt and a legs and then gloves. So all of those are different components. So you can really customize the looks, and it's very easy to update this visualization just by passing different values into that JSON object. So that's, I haven't quite figured all that out yet. I just know by looking at it that once we get this all connected correctly, this is going to be a really clean way to update the looks as we're updating inventory. So just like this, where if I pick a different weapon, it immediately will update the visualization with that weapon. So yeah, this is a really good setup to start our inventory system. And if I go into the was it the README? I can't remember where it was at. Maybe not the README. They have a wiki. I think that might have been where it was at. Let me check this wiki just to kind of explain what I've been looking at. Let's see, I need another. I want to keep these other browsers off the screen. Yeah, this is kind of what I was using to help understand it. So this kind of shows you that they have several different classes they've built out. So there's this item class, and it's like the logical item that is unique to your game, like it says. So this is what we'll either like extend off of item, like make a new child of item and kind of build in our pieces of it. Or we'll just completely redefine item, which is fine. We might do that. That might be cleaner for our game. I just don't. I want to make sure I keep the original so I can refer back to it in case I do break something. I can go back and say, well, crap, what did I do? I want to see why it's not working. So I'll probably keep like an old version of all of their classes and then I'll modify them for our game. So the way they do it, to kind of explain it a little better, they have this thing called an item collection. And it's a big list of all their resources kind of tied in here. And it contains all the items that they've built out. So let's go look at that real quick to explain. This is just the class. Let me look for the... I don't know where everything's at in their folders. There it is. So in this item collection scriptable object, they're storing everything. They're storing the sprites. So the sprites are like the hero up here. These are the actual sprites. Like when you see these moving, that's a sprite. Whereas the icon collection is these little squares, these little square images that are saved for the inventory display. So that's the differences there, just to kind of explain. And then each one of these refer to their own child scriptable object collection. So if I click on sprite collection, you can see the way they have it is all the different things they've created, they've got put in different lists. So there's one body, there's 3 different heads, ears, and this was kind of noticeable when I was showing off the how you can build heroes and their little editor. That's all these different things here is what it was using. So that's how they have all the sprites saved, is just each different component is saved into its own section here. And then there's an underlying code that kind of manages how these all stack on top of each other to make this entire sprite here where the hero displays and animates correctly. So we are definitely going to reuse all of that. We're not going to rewrite that because it works good already. I mean, we definitely will probably edit some of this structure, but this is already set up and working real good. Don't want to rewrite all of that. And this shows you that this is, if you were good at art or something, you could go in here and you can actually, you could add different sprites and stuff. You could add your own custom art. So eventually I'll probably get to that point as well. I'm not there yet, but. So within the, let's go back to that item collection again. So there's the sprite collection that we just looked at, and the icon collection is the same thing, just for the icons, like I mentioned. They have a whole lot of different entries here, but let's see if we can find something that would be like an item inventory. I don't know. Yeah, so see, like this one has the linking sprite that's tied to the icon, and you can click on it and you can see that this is what would display on the hero, I guess. Sure, the back button. I'm gonna go back to that other screen. Oh, it opened this folder. That's why I'm like, why don't I see what I was just looking at? But that's how the icons are set up, very similar to the sprites. And then the items, if you noticed how in the game there was 8 different items listed, and that's kind of what this object is storing. So I think for our game, this will be all the, we might have to change some of this up a little bit, because I don't really see how this, I don't know. I just need to look at how this is structured. I need to make sure we have a way to break out the items that are in a character's inventory, and then also break out which items are still in the level and the dungeon to be found. Just stuff like that. But this is where it's actually defining the values, you know? So this is where we're going to have to change how this is set up. So this items table, like we mentioned over here in their wiki, the items the logical layer is the item. So we're going to change how this looks in this scriptable object. So it lists the stats and stuff that we want to store. We're still going to have to store this icon ID and sprite ID because that's the new visual layer that we don't have yet. So we're going to have to create, in our database, we'll have to create storage for some of these additional fields. And then as far as well, this will change and kind of link up to how our database is set up for a generated item. Oh, that's not a good way to tell. It's mostly these values and then the modifiers as well. So it's going to have all of these base values, and then it's going to have which modifiers, a number of different modifiers that are added to it. So there'll be a list of modifiers, and then all of those base stats will be here. I don't know. I think the tags was a way to group items together so you could have like collections. So I think I noticed in theirs they had like a Christmas collection of items and they were tagged that way, and that's how it could pull them all up in their UI. I might leave that, but I don't know if we'll use it because they've already got some functionality where it could filter based on that. And then the properties, I don't know what they're doing here. I mean, properties will go away. I think properties for them is more like the modifiers that we added for us. We created the item modifiers, and that's what's going to be here to modify. And then, of course, all this other stuff will change as well. It needs to be based on how our game's set up. We'll have to change these values for rarity to match with ours. And then we'll probably look for logic. I think there's logic they have defined where based on the rarity it has a different background color for an item. So I'll just have to make sure I match all that up as well. See how this item here is purple. This item here is blue. So I'm pretty sure this is linked to some kind of system based on the rarity. I might even be able to change it. I don't know if it works in real time. Let's see. The militia armor is common. What if I change that to epic? Will it change the color? Not at runtime anyways. Let me try to rerun it real quick just to see if that makes any difference. I could be wrong. That might not be how they define the background colors. But that's something we could add, you know? That's what I mean. We'll start with their system. No, it did add the color. So that is what it's doing. Based on the rarity, it adds a background color. They defined all of these different types. Right now, we only have weapon and armor. So ours will be much easier to work with for now during our testing phase. But eventually, we'll have a lot of different item types as well. And class. We're going to have this, but I don't have this yet either. This is more of just defining all the different subtypes of an item. So it could be a weapon, but I mean under weapon, there's multiple different types of weapons. And the reason we want this is because we want to make it where certain classes are restricted on what they're allowed to use. So if you're playing a mage character, they, at least normal fantasy stereotypes, they wouldn't be able to equip like a giant axe or something if they're a mage. So just stuff like that. So we'll also have a field like this. I don't think I do yet, but I will eventually have a way to do this and to also block stuff getting equipped. So how the equip button's showing up right now, there's no logic telling it can't equip certain items. But eventually, if this is a mage and they clicked on a big X, they shouldn't be allowed to equip it. So that's one thing we'll also think about as we work through it. But yeah, so we're going to have to... I'm gonna I mean, I won't really lose any of this because this is all stuff that I downloaded, so I guess I could re-download it. So I don't really have to save all this off to a different location. But what we're going to have to do is just start editing these various scripts that they have to attach into our system. So like one of the first things we'll do is change this item script so it matches all of the values we have coming back from our RPC call. And then we also want to add these extra sprite and icon IDs so we can add a visual layer to our items. So our base item class here, we're just going to have to find images that I've already got to use for testing. And we'll add some additional fields. So let's just go ahead and get started here on that. So we're going to alter the table. And we have item type and item slot. We kind of already have the idea of this, what was it? The type and the class. We kind of already have that covered with the item type and the item slot. Close. We might need one more field, but we won't mess with that right now. That'll be a down the road update. But I want to add icon ID and sprite ID. For sure. So icon ID. And that's probably going to have to be bigger than 45 characters. Let's make it 255. And then sprite ID. All right. Icon ID and sprite ID. What else? Let me think what else we're going to need besides what we've already got. We're not doing any of this localization type stuff yet. That's if you want to create your game for several different languages. That's definitely way down the road. I don't think we're going to have a sense of, we're not going to have this idea of weight. I think we're still going to have constraints based on space. So like a starting hero might only have 10 inventory slots, but that's how we'll determine like constraints, not through a weight. There won't be any type of weights that are causing issues. And they'll be able to upgrade the amount of inventory they can have through probably like a bag slot or something. The nicer the bag is, the more slots it might have. Some games allow you to have multiple bags. I think in ours we'll probably have just one bag slot per character. And then all of their inventories will probably combine down here. So this will be like the shared inventory. I don't know. I haven't decided how I want to do that part yet. I think for now I like the idea of a shared inventory across all heroes, but I don't really know how to upgrade that yet. I don't know if maybe this is a separate equipment slot that's like constant for the player, not for an individual hero. Yeah, I haven't thought through that yet. I think for now what it's going to be is just a standard number of slots, and there's not going to be anything that will upgrade it for now, and then eventually we'll add some kind of component that will upgrade the amount of slots. It'll either be an equipable item on a hero or like an equipable item at the player level. Like there might be a separate section for the player that lets them equip storage items or travel items, you know, like maybe a horse that allows the heroes to move faster or something. and it's not tied to just one specific hero. It might just be kind of like the entire player account bound level items. I think that's probably the better way to do it. Because if I start messing with like a backpack item on the units, then I also have to figure in, well, what if this hero doesn't go on the current adventure and they're stored back at the tavern for that adventure? Because I already mentioned how there's going to be like the ability to have like a dozen different heroes, but you're only going to bring a subset of 4 of them in each quest or whatever. So trying to decipher which items are in which bags and how much space is available based on how many heroes you brought, that just seems a little messy. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it just seems messy, so I probably won't go that route. All right, so we added those 2 fields. I don't see anything else initially that we'll need. Really what I want to do is start off with the barest amount of fields necessary to just get this thing up and working with our system. Like my initial thing is just to get this to work with our game. Right now this is stored. This is all part of their example, which actually makes me think what I'm going to do here is actually copy their scene. Let's see. Can I duplicate it? I'm sure I can duplicate it. All right, so we're going to just rename this. Actually, let's rename. That's fine. This can be the original. We'll just say inventory original example. And then we're going to take the inventory one right now that they have, and we're going to move it so that we can start editing it. So let's move this to, where's that at? Into our scenes folder. And that's still the one we have opened, I think. And then eventually we're going to start moving some of their scripts out too as we edit them. So for example, let's find the item script, which is under data. Item params. Let me double check. Let's look at the wiki real fast and make sure I understand item params. Item params is the item description. It may contain information about items that are unique to your game. A full list of all item parameters is some kind of item database and is usually constant. So maybe item and item params kind of go together, I guess. We'll have to look at how it's coded. Let's see. So it looks like item parameters has all the stuff that I was just looking at in the item collection object, you know, like when we were looking at individual items. It looks like this is all the stuff that was listed there. So I guess, so let's look at item then. What does item have? Represents the item object for storing with game profile. So yeah, item doesn't have all the individual. Does item param inherit off of item? This is public class item and it doesn't have any extensions or implements. Neither does item params though. How does item params connect to item? We have this public string ID. And we do have a public string ID, so I guess maybe they connect that way. What is modifier? String ID modifier count. Maybe the... So maybe in the I'm slowly starting to figure this out, I think. Where is that at? In here for an item. So this, even though it says items, it's really item params, because these are all the things that are in an item param. I can probably even look at it, this item collection real quick. Yeah, you can see items are actually a list of item params, which is what we thought. All right. And there's also the list of sprites and icons. So if we looked at, let's look at that real quick, but I think I already saw that. I don't think I explained it. So see how in the items themselves, there's this sprite ID and icon ID, and see how it lists this out, kind of like a package system in a programming language or something. So we have the top level is the whatever, that's like the main app, and then this is the next category down, which is basic, and then the next category down for this is armor, and then the next thing down is kind of like the item itself, I guess. So militia man is what they called this in the sprite and icon collections. And the way this works then is if you go over to the sprite collection and look in here, it is, how do we do this? I know I saw this somewhere. I don't remember exactly how though. One was armor, I know that. Oh, there it is. So see how in the ID, it lists that same structure. So somehow in their code, that's kind of the way we'll be able to reference the different items. So if we use that, we store an ID, and then in the sprite collection and the icon collections themselves, the ID will have that linking value that'll link it back. They add this little, it's almost like a markup at the end of some of these, the paint. And I think what that means is certain objects in their system, you can pick a different color for them and just kind of use like the full color palette and just pick a color and it'll change it. And that's what that means. So you can actually define separate colors for items that are paintable, which gives you an extra way to make your team look more unique. So we'll probably figure out a way to implement that as well. And then the sprite that says arm L. Maybe that's just the location? No. Yeah, I don't know. This is just how all the, I'm not good at the, I'm not going to even pretend to be good at any of the graphical side of things yet. I want to learn this, but this is just all the different pieces in the sprite atlas for this dress. So you can see when you click on the main object, you can see how all of the different objects that create this game visualization, it has different pieces. So this is like the chest piece, this is the pants or the belt area, this is the shoulders up here, So they just kind of break it into different pieces, and then their system layers all that correctly onto the display so it looks like this. I mean, you can kind of already see in this visualization up here how these pieces would fit in. You can see how the chest would fit there, and then a layer on top, it would show the shoulder pads, and then underneath it would show this pants or belt area. So it's a really neat system. It's a little complex, but at the same time, it's going to be really nifty once we get this all set up. So that's how the I went a little bit on a side tangent there, but that's how the sprites link up to the items themselves. So we have the item. It's actually item params. We just looked that up. The item params will store the icon ID and sprite ID, and that's what links them back to the proper objects in those scriptable object collections. And for now, we're just going to use what they have built into their scriptable object collections. We're not going to delve into creating any graphics or uniqueness in that way for now, because that would take me a long time to figure that out, and I'd rather just use their assets for a long while. And then once we get closer to the end game where we're doing some polishing steps is where we can start defining our own custom graphics that match whatever theme we're going for. And at that point, I'd probably have to hire a visual artist anyways, because I do not think I would ever get to the point where I'm good enough to make any of this look good. All right, so we added sprite ID and icon ID, which means we're going to have to update the server to make sure that that data makes its way to the RPC object. So that's going to be in proto for item. So we have a base item, and that's where it's stored. And it is a string, and one's called icon ID. And then the other one was called sprite ID. Yep, that looks right. And then in the entity class, that links up to the database. Where is that? We want to make sure we add those 2 additional fields. And let's just let it do its thing here. We should still have a connection, so let's just refresh this. And once it's done refreshing, we can click on this, and it should give us those additional columns. We'll just double check that it adds them right here. Maybe. Base item DB. Did something wrong there. Let me check. Maybe I need to refresh the table itself. Not in there. Did I not save it to the database yet? That would do it. I didn't have those. I didn't actually generate those new columns yet. All right. I bet this works better now after I refresh it. There we go. There's the two new fields like I was expecting. All right. There's those two new fields. So the database is updated in the server now. Now we need to update the service to make sure that those two new fields are getting saved correctly and also added to the RPC calls correctly. So there's two different sections we'll have to do this on. It'll be the conversion methods. So here's one of them. And it's the base item builder that we're updating. So builder.set. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to I have to regenerate the the generated files, the proto files. And the way I have that set up right now is I have to run a Maven install, and it runs through the plugins, and one of the plugins generates those classes. So let's let that run. It'll take just a second here. And I think it just got mad because the server was already running. That's fine. It should have still generated the new classes. All right, so base item builder. Now we should be able to see the new site icon and the other one. Base item db dot get icon ID. And then we also need the sprite. All right, that will do the conversion to the RPC call object that we need. And then we have to do the same thing when we go the other way. So there should be another conversion routine, which I can just search for it rather than look for it like this. Convert. Where's it at? Why am I not finding it? Just type in convert. I don't remember what I called it. This was the one we just updated. There it is. Is that it? No. That returns a generated item. We need the one that creates the database item. Where the heck is that at? Convert generated item to generated item. We must have another conversion just for the equipped equipment. Convert equip detailed DB to generated item. Where do we save? I'm missing something here. Where do I save the, like after an item gets generated, how's it getting stored in the database? Is that what this is? No, that's convert. Um, some of these other conversion routines might have to be updated. Let's look. Let's kind of go from top to bottom. I don't know why I don't remember these, but I guess we had to create additional conversions based on the groupings of items. Convert equip detail to generated item. Yeah, this is probably also going to need that update. The base item builder. Where's the base item builder at? Oh, there it is. So we're going to need to add those in this call as well. Set the icon ID. We're going to have to, are we going to add these additional values? Equip detail. Um, yeah, so I'm going to have to update this view. Yeah, I remember now. I set up a view to kind of add all these together because see how if you go into generated item, it's just like the linking values, and the same with the item modifiers, it's just linking values. So I created this equip detail view so all of that was kind of housed in a single table. So this shows the hero that it's equipped on, and then it shows the actual stats for that entire item. So I just need to go in here. I want to add these extra values in here. Otherwise, I'm not going to have them for what we're updating right now. Where do I want to put this? I don't think it really matters. Base item dot icon ID as icon ID. Base item dot sprite ID sprite ID. The rest of that should be fine. We're just adding two new fields to this. That's all. We're not changing the logic. I don't think it'll be part of this. This is just the modifiers. Their modifiers themselves aren't going to have sprites or anything, so that's nothing that we'll have to update. So now let's double check the equip detail table, and we should see those two new values, even though there's nothing stored yet. We can even put, let's see if we can find one just so we can test with real quick. Let's jump back into that collection. Icon collection. We want to find, I guess just an icon and sprite kind of match, or something to use for our wooden sword object, maybe just to start as a test. I don't know if they have anything like that. There's a wooden club. Okay, let's just take that, copy it, and put that in both of these. I don't know if there's a matching one in both. There was for that other item we looked at as an example, but so that would be our way to link to the visuals for that item. Let's do a piece of armor too, so we can test both. Where would that be at? On armor, I guess. And I want something that looks like cloth armor, I guess. I wish there was a way to see the visual on this screen. As soon as I click through these, it's going to take me off of this sprite collection. Peasant clothing. That sounds like a good thing for the cloth clothing. So I need to grab that. And plop that into the cloth armor section. All right. All right, so that data is stored in the database now. And because I've updated this view, we need to update the view entity. Otherwise, the new fields aren't going to show up. What the heck is that called? Equip detail DB. There it is. Okay, the two new fields have been added to this one. So now I should be able to see them over here. There's the icon. And the sprite. All right. Just keep going down the list here. Convert generated item DB to generated item. I think this is the one we already updated. Yeah, there's those two new entries in that one. Don't think we'll have to change anything in the generate item routine because it's using the base item stuff. And it's just going to pull all of that in no matter what. Equip item. Nothing there. That's just referring to other methods. I don't feel like we have. Why don't I feel like there's. I know there's a method to save this to the database because we have new entries in the database. So on the item generation, what's it doing? It picks all the items in the base item table that it can use. And then it gets a random one from that list. It creates a new generated item database object. Oh, and then it actually just saves it in line in this table, or in this method, I mean. Yeah, I guess we're not actually modifying items. We're only modifying. That's why I don't have what I'm looking for. That makes sense. We're not modifying, in the game anyways, we're not modifying the base item table. This is like a static list of items that are available in my game. What we are modifying is the modifiers to those objects. So this table is the one that I have the specific conversion routine in my item service. All right, that makes sense. And this one just saves in line when it first generates the thing. And it's just a link between the new generated item and the base item that it was based off of. Okay. So crisis averted. I don't actually have to do any updates to that table, and I was just overthinking things. All right, so we have. Let me think here. So we have the new value for item, or not item, icon ID and sprite ID. And they're properly getting stored in the object that gets sent to the Unity client. All right. So if we have that, now that we have that, all right, let me think. I guess the next thing we should probably do is update that item script. So I'm going to do the same thing here, I think. Can I don't know if I can duplicate this. It's probably going to get mad. But I just want to keep the old one and make a new one. It didn't get mad at me, surprisingly. Oh, yeah, it did. It just took a second to rebuild. So, you know what? It's fine. We're going to just start deleting and updating these items. And if I mess up and screw something up, it's as easy as jumping out to their GitHub and re-looking at it or grabbing it if I need to start over. So we're going to take item and item params, and we're going to move them to our project. That's kind of my way of showing what I've already updated and what I haven't. And we're going to put these in. We had a combat scene, didn't we? We were breaking this stuff out by scenes. Yeah. So we should probably make another. We'll just call it item. We'll make another folder called item. Not in the scenes folder though. And in there, we'll make another folder called scripts. This is completely up to you how you define your project structure. I don't even know that I like this, but for now, this is what I've got. This is the way I've decided to do it. And I probably should also move the, let's just call it scriptable objects. We should move all those collections down here. Come on, where's my folder? Okay. Oh, that we need firearm collection. I don't think I do, but I'll move it anyways. So there's those. And then, I mean, all of these actual sprites themselves, those weren't hard coded, I hope. Like if I start moving these, it's not going to break the links, I hope. That would be bad coding if that's how it was. Now I'm going to double check. No, because they're all linked through these objects themselves. Kind of. I say that, but down here we have this. But then I'm pretty sure this links to an actual location in, so for example, on the icons, I don't even know which one I was looking at. It doesn't matter. It does have a, that looks like it's hard coded, doesn't it? Assets, hero editor, fantasy heroes. I mean, that doesn't match. And things aren't broken. Because I changed this to imported assets. I mean, I put it under another folder called imported assets. Interesting. So it links to the actual image file in this path attribute. But I mean, even though I moved that, somehow it's linking it correctly because it's still showing up. At least when it runs the code, it is. I don't know. I kind of want to move these into my project separate from theirs, but let's just move it and see what happens. What are we doing here? Which folder was I in? Like the icons and the atlases. And the sprites. Those three folders I kind of want to move into my project outside of theirs. So we're going to try it and see if we break anything. If we do, I can move them back for now until we figure out how to fix it. These under item. Okay. Now let's just try this inventory and see if we broke anything. Now that those are all in a different spot. I'm hoping we didn't. Yeah, it's still working just fine. So it kind of looks like it's hard coded, but somewhere in their code it's properly finding these items still, so we're good there. All right. Did we move item collection? No, we didn't yet. Okay. Script item collection. There are a few sound effects here that are all related to inventory. So I'm going to go ahead and move that in the item folder. And there's still plenty of scripts we need to look at because they have a shop set up. They have an inventory thing set up. We're going to need this item collection script that goes along with the scriptable object. We probably can get rid of these values once we update item, and then we won't need to pull those in. The localized value modifier and property. We have a modifier, but that's not our modifier. That's something they created. So we won't need those. We probably need almost all of these because these are all just classes that are making all of this work. We're going to pull all these into our system. If we end up not needing one, we can always delete it. Okay. We probably need these two. Come on. Getting mad. I'm moving too many files. Character inventory setup. Is that how they're defining those 9 items up there? Let's see. Reset equipment for each item in equipped. Try. And it looks through the types in the parameter file. And then it sets the individual sprite objects based on the type. Is this just a sample file? This doesn't look like anything that's fully fleshed out. Maybe this is when they say helper, maybe they just mean this is like a sample example file. Because all I see it doing here is it's resetting. It's using something that resets all the equipment, which to me means they're going to be naked. And then it's looping through the equipped items. And if it's a helmet, it's equipping it, I guess. If it's armor, it does something. If it's a shield, it's doing something. If it's a weapon, it's doing something. I feel like there's more item slots than that. But maybe this is just the visual. Visually, maybe those are the only items that show up. The helmet, that might be right. The shield, the weapon, and the armor. The armor is this whole thing, maybe. Yeah, we'll pull that in. It'll probably get changed a little bit, but that does look like something as part of the system, I mean. Okay, let's look at all these enums. I need to do the same thing they're doing with enums. I've been pretty lazy with setting up actual enumeration fields. I am going to change this to be based on my system, but that's probably going to break all of their scriptable object data too when I do that. As soon as I change this, it's probably going to null out that field. I don't know. Maybe the only items that are in their system anyways are the... I mean, all of this is going to get stored in my database. It's not like I'm storing any of my items in Unity. The way that I'm going to do this is I'm going to figure out how to generate that full list of items, you know? They have it in a collection object in that item. I don't even remember what it was. One of those scriptable objects had all the list of items. There you go. That gives you an idea what the item tags were. It's just different ways to group items. Like I can group all the two-handed weapons. So tags would be useful for like a filtering system in inventory. If you wanted to filter all the two-handed weapons or all the... Maybe there's a theme like an item set like the Christmas thing they have here. That's something I'll use, but I don't need it yet. The item type is definitely used in their systems. A lot of their logic, like their switches and checking what type of item it is, this is what's getting used. So that's going to have to come over. Item rarity is going to have to come over, but we're going to adjust it. I don't think we need item class yet. So I'm just going to pull rarity and item type. And those other ones aren't going to have to come over either because I'm getting rid of their modifiers and their properties. We have our own system for that stuff. Yeah, I mean... This is... I don't know. We don't really have this idea in our game. I don't know what this even is. It's kind of like our modifiers table, our base modifiers table. Like what is it modifying? I guess that's kind of what this is, but we already have that separate in our own system. So we will eventually define something like this based on our base modifier catalog of entries. Oops, didn't mean to go into that. Yeah, and that's the same way. That's kind of just some additional modifier stuff that we don't have yet. So let's leave those up here for now, just so we don't confuse ourselves on what we have to work on. And we already said we don't need these either. Some of these prefabs are definitely going to be important because these are tied to their system. Let's just pull this whole thing over and this images. See, because all of these, eventually we might change some of this, but for now I want to keep all of their base stuff. Just these, like these little images in the background is here, so we need all of this pulled into ours as well. We don't want to lose that. Let's see, this will go at the top level item folder. All right. We have a lot of what we need pulled over now, I think. Yeah, I think we've kind of went through this whole thing. I never looked at their shop. I didn't make any changes to that. Let's see what the shop is. I mean, eventually I'll probably use this too if it's already built out. Don't see anything. Maybe it didn't zoom in right. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah. There's the player's inventory. And what the trader has available. Yeah, I like that. I'll probably use something similar. So we'll probably do the same thing with this when we get this far. We're not this far yet, but we'll probably use this and then just modify it. Yeah, they've already got it set up where it has the logic to buy probably and to sell too, yeah. Absolutely. If it's already there, use it. Cool. We'll leave that alone for now. Like I said, just try not to clutter what we're working on right now. This is all the stuff for the actual heroes, I think. This stuff up here. The font's kind of important, but that's kind of a higher level thing anyways. We'll pull that in, but yeah, see, this is all the stuff that's actually tied to. Now the equipment is up here, but this is how the equipment shows up on the hero. This isn't like the icons. This is the sprites. This isn't even all of them. Why is this only showing? I don't know. Yep. Yeah, we're not going to pull any more from that project for now. Unless we find something we're missing that's up there and we want to pull it down. So anything that we're editing and making it unique for our game is what I tried to pull down here. So eventually all this stuff we pulled will be updated however it needs to be to fit into our game. I think item is like that high level thing that we mentioned. If I can figure out in my head how these kind of link back to my system, I might even rename them because all these different namings might confuse me. Because kind of their item params file seemed really similar to the base item to me. I don't know. What is item, though? And I guess count is like if you have an inventory slot and you have a stackable item. I guess maybe that's what that means. As how many of them are in that container, that item spot. And then what's the ID of the item? I don't know why it says it's not unique. I don't quite understand why it wouldn't be unique if you make sure the IDs you're using are unique. So each item has a link to the params, the sprite, and the icon. And this hash is what determines if it's unique. And it's comparing the ID and then the modifier. See, we're not using modifier though. So we're going to have to figure out how to rewrite some of this for sure. And we can ignore a lot of this down here because right now all we have is a weapon and armor, which I don't see armor. Maybe it doesn't have to be down in this section. These are just different methods that you can use if you need to determine what an item's type is. If it is equipment, it's armor, or it's a helmet, or it's a weapon, or it's a shield. So their system that they built out, their example system, has 4 item types: armor, helmet, weapon, and shield. The way I'm looking at this. So we can edit that. I mean, we can leave those extra item types in there and we just don't have them in our game for now. That way we don't have to modify this too much yet. I don't know this modifier thing is bothering me. Let's look at that modifier and just try to understand what this does. Item augmentation and other mods. So that's honestly exactly what I'm doing with our modifier system, but I'd rather use our system, of course, than theirs. And we don't have one modifier. We have the ability to have a list of modifiers. And our ID is not a string. And ours will be unique because it'll be a generated item. All right. I'm just sorry, I'm not talking. I'm just thinking through in my head what I want to do here. I'm trying to think. So this, I want to make sure as we're doing this, I'm naming everything in a way that makes sense and makes it easier to understand what's going on. So really, I have my own Let's go to my scripts. I don't even know where I put these scripts at yet. So I have my own item class, and it's the generated RPC object. Coming back from server. Do I have my own item class? I have a base item and a generated item. Why does it say... I guess this is because I named the proto file item.proto. So now I have an item.cs class tied to it. I just want to make sure we don't have conflicts. And I'm thinking of renaming their item class anyway, so it makes more sense what it's doing, but... So our item class, how can it link to their item class is what I'm thinking. Right now, when we return, so if we go to our test where we already created a, let's see, that would be under combat. I really do need to clean this up already. It's getting a little messy. I don't remember where I put some of this already. This is what I was looking for. So right now we're getting, when we do that equipment thing where we generate an item, we're getting back a generated item. The generated item has a base item within it. See here where we're defining the kind of the UI. We're grabbing that base item and the stats from it. Not all of them, but most of them. And I mean, we can grab all of them. They're all there. The sprite and icon ID are also in this object now. Okay, and then our modifiers are inside of this generated item as well. And at least for now, I'm thinking in my head, I don't think there's any case where within the game that we are looking at only a base item. It's always a generated item, I think. So our generated item is really what needs to match up with the inventory system's item class. And then within our generated item, we have a lot of the values we would use in their other classes. So the ID here the only thing my system doesn't currently account for the way this is set up is this count. We're going to get rid of modifier. We've already determined that. That's going away. But this count is if there's a stack of items. Like there's a quantity of the item that we're looking at. And we don't really, for the items I have in the game so far, we don't have this idea of stacking. But I do definitely want that in the game, so I don't want to take this out. But how does this tie into... You can't have a stack of randomly generated items. So anything that's randomly generated won't be stackable. But if you have like quest items, you're going to be able to stack them until you get how many you need. So if you need to get orc belts or something, they're static items. They're not generated. I know I'm getting a little off track here, but I'm just trying to think through the system and make sure I'm accounting for all the different branches here. So in our database, we don't currently have a way to store items that are in the game but are not generated. But if they're just an item, will there ever be a case where an item that's not generated can also be equipped? That's another question. I guess in the case of like a potion, I think potions would just be static if I had, once I figure that out, if I want to use potions, of course. But I mean, I think I have this concept of a potion in the game where if you have a minor healing potion, it would heal like 50 hit points or something, just as an example. I don't think that would randomly generated, and I would want them to be stackable, which is also why I wouldn't want those to be randomly generated. It would break my rule that said if they're randomly generated, they can't stack. So I think eventually I'm going to need something set up differently here. We don't really have, so what we're still missing in our tables up here, from the way I'm thinking right now, is we're still missing, we're missing like an inventory table. We're going to need something to store the inventory. I don't think I have that yet. Monster Party Player game. We have equipped. So equipped is if it's on the hero, but yeah, so we're going to need I'm just going to take some notes here. We need an inventory table. I guess we're going to need one for this, what we're doing right now. So maybe I'll start working on this, but So we're going to need an inventory table, but we're also going to need, if it's not a generated item, I guess it's just a base item. So we can have base items that are in inventory. And maybe in the base item table, we should have another flag. It'll be like a flag field that says generated. And if it has the generated flag turned on, that means that that item needs to be generated. Otherwise, if it's false, then that means the item is static and you get it the same way that it looks in this table and you don't modify it. So like if it's a healing potion, we want that generated flag to be off. And then if that item is dropped as loot or something, then the game knows not to generate anything custom. It's just we're going to copy the stats exactly as they are from the base item table over. That would probably work. So then if we do it that way, we only need one more table for inventory. And the base item table will then hold items that aren't generated, and then the base items for the generated stuff. I think that'll work. And that way I can kind of think through this whole process as we're editing. Because right now I was already stuck on this, well, crap, we have this count object. And how do I make sure that people aren't stacking random generated items? They could have like, how would you know which one gets equipped if you equip off of a stack? I mean, I was thinking that's going to cause issues. So if we create a new flag and then anywhere in our game where it's figuring out if it can stack them or not, we just have to make sure it looks at that flag. And if the flag says it's a generated item, it can't be stacked. I could even create an additional column too that says stack size or something. So maybe certain items can be stacked up to 10, certain items can be stacked up to 100. That would probably be good to add now, and then we can implement it later. So let's do this. Let's add a column for let's call one stack size. And then this other one is called, it's just going to be a tiny int, which is like a Boolean. And we'll call it generate. I don't even know what the word should be. It should be, we'll just call it generate. Generate. If generate is true, then the system should generate that item. So like the way we have it set up now, it's pulling a list of items that could be, for example, doled out as loot after a battle. So maybe there's a group of a dozen different items, maybe 3 or 4 of them are static items like potions that aren't generated, and then the rest say generate. So in that, when it's determining which items that the players get, if it hits one that's not generate, then it just adds that item without doing any of the generation logic. So that should be a fairly easy update. And then stack size kind of comes into play as well. So any item that's generated should have a stack size of 1. But we could also use the generate itself to determine that if we really wanted to, because we also have a rule that says if an item is generated, you can't stack it. At least in my head, I can't think of any scenario where they should be able to stack items that have different attributes. It just doesn't make sense. They're not all the same, so it's deceiving if they're stacked together. From a game design standpoint, you know? If one potion heals 50 HP and one heals 70 HP, and they're in the same stack, how would you know which one you're using? All right. So that's going to mean a few more updates to the stuff over here again. Fine, we're getting there. We're just working through it. This is kind of a harder part. When we're trying to integrate such a big system and also kind of follow someone else's coding and not start from scratch, which in the long run is going to save us a lot of time. But I mean, trying to decipher it and integrate with it's going to take some time. Stack size. I think that's what I called it. Just called it generate, didn't I? Yeah. Did I actually add those yet? I did. Okay. I didn't do that last time, remember? And then when I tried to add them in the database, it couldn't find them. All right. Let's add those to the database. We'll do it the same way we've been. We'll be lazy and just let it do it for us. Really, there's nothing wrong with this. Plus, it makes sure you don't make any mistakes. Okay, that's good. We have to add those the same way we added icon and sprite ID. We're going to have to add these to the generated code stuff. And to this equip detail view, aren't we? Well, the equip detail, though, is always one item per slot. So actually, we don't need those. We don't need them at this point. We only need those in the base item. They're not really part of this equip detail. But we do still have to update the item service and make sure that those get added to the base items anywhere that there's base items. I think there was 2 spots in here for that. This one I don't think we need. Not the equipped, but the other one. This one. We will need it. Oh, I gotta regenerate my file because I added stuff to the proto file. I need to figure out the right command line to just do this outside of Java. Just like I do with my Unity side, I'm just using a command line tool. I'm sure I can do the same thing to generate the files for my Java server. And that would eliminate this need to run through this entire build process just to get it to trigger. Or figure out a way just to trigger that one plugin during the build. That's another way I could probably do it. It doesn't take that long, but whenever I'm going through these iterative updates, and I'm doing it probably 10 times a day when we're doing this, then it does start to feel like it's doing a lot. Okay. Now, set stack size Base item DB get stack size. And the other one was called generated. Oh, it doesn't like that. Is that not the right field type that I made it? I set it as a Boolean in here. Let me go back. I just set it here as Boolean. I think I can. I don't know why it defaulted to byte. And that changes it from get to is, I think. Yeah, there we go. There we go. So we have stack size. Oh, we have that one other section though. I think. I'm not positive. Well, we don't have to do the equip detail, so maybe not. We only have the two sections in here. One for equip detail and one just for the generated items because we're not ever changing the base items in the table. That's why we didn't need the conversion the other way. Now, if I ever create like an in-game item editor, then I would need to create that because then I'd be creating items in the game and sending them into the base item table. Right now, I don't have anything in my game that's updating the base item table, which is kind of on purpose. You shouldn't change the base item catalog. They're static items. Right now, I'm just editing the database to update these, which in the long run, I will have to create some type of item editor that I can use, and it'll make it easier to do all of this. Kind of like a form with entries, just like in Unity here, like how the scriptable object stuff works, where you can add the different field types and kind of just type them in and drop them in. All right. So we have, what did we just do? We just added a way to get count to kind of work the way they have it. And then I'm a little bit confused. I'm confused on this, and I don't know why, but I mean, this could all be one class for me the way I have it set up. This item, which I'll probably rename to maybe visual item. Let's see. I don't want this messing with my stuff, so I need to make sure none of these are. I don't think they are. These are all tied to the new stuff. Okay. Well, crap. I'm getting rid of that modifier thing for now. Why didn't this work? Did I do that? I don't know why there's two of that method. It might have been like overrides, but those looked exactly the same. I don't know. Member-wise clone. See, I don't know what that's doing. If I leave it set up the way they have it, then item params is the class that I'm going to update with all of our... But I don't like that naming. If we do it that way, I want to name this something else. I don't like item params. That's bugging me. I want this to be called maybe item detail or... Okay. That's good. It even renamed the property. Although it didn't really name it. I don't know that that's an item detail. It just says detail. It gets mad if I use a lowercase since this is a property, doesn't it? In Java, that would be what I wanted to do, but now it's going to say, oh, you shouldn't make this lowercase. Suggested name is the same as the base class. How does that work? It's okay. It doesn't break the code. I'm going to leave it like that for now. See, I don't like any of these. They're not telling you that these are tied to the items. I don't know. I guess since it's in this class, it's fine. Oops, I did not mean to do that. I mean, I did, but that's not the right way to do this. Let's rename that back to detail. I guess since it's within this class, visual item dot detail, so I guess that's fine. It references it correctly that way. Item collection active. Get item params. And it's linking back to this ID, I guess. Which I just made it mad because I took the modifiers off. So it's definitely broken now. All right, let's go into item detail, which used to be item params. And let's go ahead and add our... Do we even need this? Can we use our... So I don't have to create another class? Couldn't I use our generated item? Oh, that's a good point. We just talked about some items not being generated. How do those items get stored in the game? I'm confusing myself again. So let me think out loud. What I'm trying to figure out is if we have a group of items, like the inventory of our player, some of them are generated, some of them are not. But that inventory table will hold the ones. I think we're still okay. I think I'm overthinking this. We probably need to figure out the inventory table, and maybe that will help me think through this. Really, all we need for the inventory table, because we're not linking inventory to a hero, we're linking it to a player. So a player, let's look at this table. I don't even remember what I put in here. A player ID links back to a single instance of a game. So if we use the player ID, or no, we have, what's game? So there's a game ID and there's a player ID. A player can have more than one game though. And we don't want the inventories to merge between different games. So, and eventually our games might be multiplayer, so we don't want to just refer to the game ID either. Do we have to do like a dual key? Player ID plus game ID for the inventory to make sure it's unique to a player in a game. I think so. Let's just try to do a first rough draft pass of this and see if we can figure out. And the standard inventory ID that will auto increment. And then here we will have I don't even know what I want to call this, player game ID. It's just going to be a combo. I guess it has to be a string if I do it this way. We're just going to append one to the other. We'll append the player first and the game second. And there should never be a way to, maybe we'll do like a underscore in between. Because there might be a situation where, like if you're on player ID 11 and game ID 1, but you could also be player ID 1 with game 11. So yeah, we're going to need like a thing in between there. So varchar for sure to make that work. And then I might have to look at their inventory system to kind of understand what columns I'm gonna need to make it work. So let's look at that real quick. Player inventory is a scroll inventory object. All right, so we're passing in a list of items. And then there's also a selected item. We don't really have a concept of like an item position in the inventory, which we might want. Am I looking at that right? The grid layout. Has sorting functionality built in. But when we add the items to the, so up here we can see I mean, what is it? This grid object shows up down here. This is just laying it out, spacing and stuff. Yeah, see here we're adding the item prefab. Inventory item object item prefab. I changed the hash to just be ID. I don't know. I could be breaking this whole system, huh, by doing this. Yeah. And then back at inventory base. So there was an initialize example. Select. Item collection active items. Select. The inventory is tied to the item list in that collection. Is there an yeah. This is really, instead of items, this is the inventory. If I'm pretty sure that's what it's saying. So inventory is stored in this object. This is getting confusing. Maybe I should have wrote some of this from scratch and just used their stuff as examples. Yeah, so right here it's grabbing all the items that are in that list. It's creating a new list for any equipped items. Player inventory initialized with the inventory object. And equipment initialized for the equipped object. Okay, so that's all good. We're just going to be passing in different elements than we were. The visual stuff is what I don't want to mess with. That stuff, the code is already working to update the visuals. Really all I'm wanting to do is tie my items to those visuals. That's all I'm wanting to change here. Otherwise, this system's already working. So I don't want to go too crazy here. You can set the bag size. It's saying this is never used though. Well, that's because we, up here, we'd probably switch this from the test one to the real one. But even this one doesn't. Maybe this is overridden in the other classes. See how there's a player inventory initialize? I bet the player inventory is a extension of this class. Although I don't see it in my group of scripts. Oh, it's a scroll inventory. No, that's different. Item container, maybe item container? No, item container is a mono behavior. So inventory base. Item work, oh my goodness. Item workspace is a mono behavior. It can be for the shop or a player inventory. Items can be managed here, selected, moved, and so on. Okay. And then the container, inventory bag, player equipment, or trader goods. High level inventory interface. I'm going to take a quick break, guys. I will be back in, let's say, 10-ish minutes. About 2:15. Let's fix all this while I was gone. All right. Let's see. Why are so many of these getting mad? Let me look at that wiki again to see, because I think it kind of shows you what they recommend you to do. Visual layer is the sprite collection. The item params contains the sprite ID. The icon collection sprites from sprite collection can be associated with multiple icons. An armor sprite has helmet, vest, bracers, and leggings. Using it, you can find item, icon, and item collection. Define all item params in the item collection scriptable object that is stored in resources. So this is kind of the step we're on in a way, and we're, instead of using Google Sheets like their example, we're using an external database. And instead of calling it item params, we're calling it item detail, and that item detail is going to link back to our it should just, I think it should just be a link to the it's not always a generated item though. That's where I think that's where I was currently stuck. So in the inventory, you're going to have a list of items, but they could be generated items or they could be base items. And right now I don't have those tied to each other, I don't think, in my code. So a base item, what am I looking for? Maybe here. So you have a base item. Really, a generated item is just a base item plus modifiers. That's it. So I can still put all of my items in this generated item class. Some of them just won't have any generated modifiers, right? I mean, one of my item types could even say that. Something like that. There could be a field that says it's a base. Oh. So really it is a list of generated items, and if it's not actually generated, then there won't be any modifiers. That's the only difference. So if I use this setup, go back here, this is the generated item will be linked to, let me go back here. This is what I meant to go back to. This will be a list of generated items that are returned and put in this item collection. And the item collection currently is what? I think it's this here, right? Doesn't this link back to an item collection? Where does item collection come into play? Item collection is a scriptable object. I mean, item collection's kind of like your inventory or the shop, right? Isn't that what it said? Yeah, a lot of this is the visual stuff that I don't want to lose in this item collection table. Well, we can see the way that the system works right now is it's generating this list of inventory from the item collection active, which is what we were just looking at. So if we set the active item, we set the items in this item collection through some type of pull, like we're going to pull all those generated items and they're going to get set in here. We don't really have a sense of, sorry, I keep jumping back and forth. I'm just thinking through this in my head. So we don't really have a sense of position in the inventory. We do have like sizing and stuff. Like somewhere down here, it showed how big the size could be. And you can sort it, but that's all kind of based within this code. So really for the inventory table, I don't think we need, at least currently, like I just want to use their base system and then we can enhance it later on. So if we don't make any changes and just try to get this linked to our items, I think all we need to do for our inventory table is have an ID linking back to the generated item. And all of the items, even the base items, are going to get stored in this table. The way we're setting this up, there just won't be any modifiers on the base item. So there won't be any entries in this table for an item that's marked as not generated. And I mean, we can check that real easy since we added that new column. We added a new column for generated. If this is false, then that means it knows not to go looking for any modifiers in this table. That everything we have is just going to be think that's good. I'm thinking through this. Now we need to update this where these are all true, because everything in my base item table so far is generated. And the same with max size. I really don't know that I have to set this, but I'm going to. Max size should always be 1 if generated as 1. So we don't. Stack size doesn't really come into play on generated items. It only comes into play on the other ones. I mean, I could even throw another item on here. Let's call it minor healing potion. We'll say it's worth 50. Level 5 item. Let's say the item slot is consumable. And we don't really have the right values yet for this item type. We'll just do this. We'll say it heals 50 hit points, so we'll put low and high at the same. We'll say the speed to use a potion is 1,000. Damage type is NA. Rarity is... I probably should change that to some specific thing for items, but... And all the rest of this is zeroed out. Item type. Potion. And there's probably even a thing I can grab from their system for this, but I'm not worried about that for now. I just kind of want to show what this would look like. So let's say we're able to stack 20 potions in one spot. So that's how I would define that for a potion. Let's add that in there just as an example that I can use later on. Okay. And see then if you do a base item ID of 11 in the generated table, you still generated one. You just don't have any entries. You don't have any modifiers, of course, for that. So it's fine. It should still work the same way, is what I'm trying to say. Okay. So I mean, the first thing I need to do is update item collection items with our list of items. So we'll have to generate some inventory items and then create a way to pull them back. So did we have the inventory? Oh no, we didn't actually close it out yet. So we have this. Now all we need is the generated item ID. That's it. That's all we need to make this work, I think. Okay. So we have that. And we need to grab some items that we've already generated. So let's say, looks like we have items 1 through 11 already. So let's just grab them all and drop them in the inventory. So since we don't have an actual programmatic way to do this yet, but I just want some examples in here of what this would look like. So the player game ID. So it's player 1. And it's probably game ID 1 since we've still just been working with the same data for so long. So I guess the way we can do this is that and then underscore and then the other one. So player ID underscore game ID. And generated ID is 1. And then we just need to keep doing this for each item. Okay. You know what? This isn't a good idea because I don't have linking visuals to all of these. I should probably only include the ones that I added visuals to. So let me backtrack. Let me look here. Well, you know what? We can add. I don't want to copy the row. I want to copy this value. We can add this same graphic to all of the weapons. And the same thing with this. Except for the potion. We probably should just go find the potion item, and that way we have one extra item to test with that's not equipment. Let's see if we can figure out how to find that. Can I search? There's not really a search method. Look through that. There's a bottle. I bet there's a potion. Let's just scroll down. It's in alphabetical order at least. Yeah, there's potions. Potion 1. Don't know what it looks like. I don't care. We're going to add it in as the example. Okay. There we go. That's what it would actually look like in the game. There'd never be any nulls and any of that. Okay. So we have graphics for everything, so we can still do what we were doing and pull all of these items in all the way to base inventory item 11. Okay. And apply. And now we have an inventory in the database anyways. All right. Okay, I think I already applied that. Let's close all this out. I got too much crap open. Okay. So let's go back over here. So they have it hard coded, but we need to create another. We need to do this a little different. I don't know why they have that in comments. Is they just saying you should do that too? Player inventory initialize. And this was the scroll inventory. I'm just looking. If I switch to the main initialize method instead of this test one, what process do I need to do to get this all initialized? So really what I want to do here, Get rid of that and just run initialize and pass in what I need to. I need to pass the list of items here. And I don't know if the start method's the right place to do this. It's a public method, so this will probably be ran from outside of this class. And this is just a static instance of item collection. So we can change that as well. I don't know if we need that as a static instance. We might have more than one. I don't know if we'll have more than one inventory, I guess. But we don't want to set this here anyways, do we? Item collection. Where's this coming from? I don't understand this call. I don't think I need that. We'll leave this example method in until we're done and then we'll delete it. There are a lot of additional things here that aren't even being used right now. Item info. What is item info? Why am I not seeing these references in this? Oh, it's item workspace. Yeah, okay. There's our item collection. There's our item info. All right. Making more sense now. I don't know. I was looking at that and thinking, where the heck are these references coming from? Well, they're coming from the parent class. So there's our item collection, item info, this other stuff we haven't looked at yet. There's a way to reset. What is item info though? Represents an item when it is selected, displays. Okay. Okay. So this is the I got to go back to my other scene, but this is when it was showing. Yeah. Item info. That's what this all is linked to. Okay. It's always a test trying to work through someone else's code because I'm not their way is probably better than the way I do it, but because I do things in a certain way, some of this is structured differently and I'm not until I go looking like that, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me. So this to me is like a UI controller class. Like the stuff I've been naming it as UI controllers. They just named it item info and In my head, I'm thinking this is another data class, but it's really not. It's a mono behavior that ties in buttons and labels and stuff. Which these are old school text UI objects. Is that what that is? I guess if it works for now. We'll probably update those to be consistent and use the Text Mesh Pro objects. Yeah, so this is the item. I'm going to rename this even just to be more specific. I'm going to call it controller because in my head I'm thinking that way I know it's tied to the UI updates. That's fine. I don't know why there would be any serialized data tied to a UI update. This isn't even a serialized class. Okay. Item info controller. Now if we go back to workspace, isn't that where I saw that at? Yeah. So that helps me understand better what that was. So the controller is being reset in the workspace. All right. That's slowly making sense. I need to update some of these calls because they're still passing in modifiers, and that's not how my item system works. The item modifiers are tied to the item itself. All those with red squiggly lines over there probably have the same issue. They're probably all pulling in that modifier. If modificator, what's a modificator? Oh my. Player public game object modificator. I'm not sure. This class is kind of like a UI class as well. And the reason I'm saying that is because it has event handling tied to like drag and drop is what these are for. So I'm going to rename this too. This is all just helping me in my head understand what these classes are doing. Nothing wrong with the way they set it up. This just helps me. I'm probably breaking all sorts of stuff by doing this, but all right. I don't know what the heck this modificator is. Where's it initialized at? We're setting the visual item in this initialize script. It's kind of nice that this IDE not only tells you when things are syntactically wrong, but it's kind of giving you some performance ideas too, saying some of these might cause issues later on. I'm definitely not going to research those right now, but it's good to know that if I have performance issues, there's some low-hanging fruit here on things I should probably try to fix. If modifier, I still don't see where this is set. Or is this set inventory item controller? Let's go back to the UI. Or the editor, I mean, Unity editor. There's our item info controller. Can I rename that? It's fine. It's fine. It still says item info script and it's annoying me there, but it's right. It's good. There's no label for price. I guess because this is in your inventory. What was I looking for again? That modifier thing on the inventory item controller, which if it's an inventory item, then it's probably in the inventory section. This one probably. Item prefab grid scroll rack. This is the scroll inventory part. And then in here, there's nothing. These are just all the viewports and grids and stuff. There's the grid layout group where the items get put. I don't know what that is. I'm confused what that modifier game object is and where it's getting set. I mean, if it's a public method, then it could be getting called in any of these classes. It's harder to see. We can probably look in there and see where it says it's getting called. There might be a way to do that. All right, so we're in the inventory item controller. That's the only place it's getting used, right? I think this is just something they were saying you could implement in your game, but I don't think they built this out in their examples because there's nothing. I don't even know what this would be. It's not how my system works though, so I'm going to get rid of that modifier from the inventory item stuff. But I can see that it's not getting used anywhere. I don't think this is going to break. I mean, it'll break the code in all these spots, but it's not going to break the visualization once I get all the data points connected. It's almost like I think what they were thinking when they created this asset was, what if you wanted to turn a sword into like a flaming sword, and maybe you had a flame modifier that would update the visuals or something. That could be what they were going for there. I'm not entirely sure, but all I know is I don't want it, and I need to clean it out of here to make this cleaner. All the rest of this I don't want to mess with because I think this is all tied to making the inventory work. I'm trying to get rid of red squigglies right now. This we're not even using yet. I mean, eventually I'll have some type of crafting system, but that's way down the road. They have some just examples for different things down here. Item info controller, which we already updated, but now we broke some more with the modifiers. If visual item is not null, well, it's definitely null because it's not even in the game anymore. So we're out. All right, all the red squigglies are gone. It doesn't, I mean, we're nowhere near getting this to work yet, but. All right, we're going back to inventory base now because that's where our initialize method is. We're passing in a group of player items. And I guess this we should have like an inventory manager class that gets put on the inventory scene. And that will probably do, it will reference the network calls needed to pull this list in. So the list of items, the list of equipped items. So it'll pull in both of these lists. And then bag size, and I don't know what that means on refresh. That's an action. I guess that's like a way to set a delegate up when the items are changed. What happens if I want an action that I can grab onto for other calls? I guess that's what that's saying. Yeah. I don't know if I need that either. I mean, it's a neat idea that they have there. Equipment on refresh. Okay, I see what it's doing. Yeah, we'll use that. Because it's actually setting it in their equipment object. They're setting up the event through this call. Okay. So I need to get do I need to use that item collection, first of all? The one on the item workspace. I guess I probably do because it's probably referenced all throughout the inventory system. I might as well use it the same way they were using it for now, just to get things working. So right here where it says inventory equals blah, blah, blah. But it's defining it right here. It's not a class level variable. This is a class level variable. I mean, this isn't even a class level variable. Player items, which is being passed in. Okay, so when we initialize where it says player inventory initialize, this is where it's going. This is an item container because it's going back to the initialize of that. Ref items. So really all we're doing here is passing the list of items into this. I mean, again, this is a UI thing, but it's mentioning up here that it's a scroll inventory, which makes you think it's UI anyways. Let's go in here to the parent class. Selected item will be null unless we set one. And this refresh control will be defined in the child class. I don't know why I said that. So the refresh method in here will it's mainly just doing the logic that displays the items. There's a lot going on there, but that's mainly what it's doing. Okay. So we're just passing in items. And it's looking for what? What do I have to make sure is in these classes to make this work? Hmm. Yeah, so if we want to stick to how they've got this set up, we just need to update item detail. I'm going to change this wording since we changed this. And I don't know what this means because there's no database. I think what we're going to do here I don't think this ID, I need to make sure this ID is not being used somewhere else. Because I'd really like to just use my ID. For an item in my game, it should always have a generated item ID, even the ones that are just base item objects. The only thing I haven't really determined in this scope of things is like if I have a stack of 20 potions, how does that show up in my database for generated items? So I was talking about like if I create a potion, which is number 11 here. I don't know which number it is. I thought I did that. I don't know if I did. But anyways, if I generate a potion, it has a generated item ID in here. If I have a stack of 20 potions, that's the part that I'm not quite. I don't know why I'm worrying about that because I haven't got that far yet on my end of the code. I just know it's going to become an issue. Stacking items is going to create an issue with the way this is set up. Because I could have 20 different potion entries in here, which is what would happen. But they'd all be in the inventory. There's no way to show it. If I want to stack them in the inventory, there's no way to do that with this current setup. That's what I'm trying to say. They'd have to all be one item per stack, and that's not what I want at the end of the day. So the reason they have that and the reason I'm going to need to do the same thing makes sense. So remember in the item, think of item like an entry in my database. It's a visual item now, I changed it. But they have an ID, but they also have a count. The number of that ID that's there. So it's still, it'll be in this table, but this needs not only ID, but we need another field for count. And that should work. And I might also need count. Or maybe I need ID at this, or not ID, maybe I need count here. Maybe count, I don't know. I'm getting confused on how I want this to be set up. Yep, you're right, Strom. I'm getting to the point. I just need to figure out how to get this to even run a little bit, even if I'm breaking things, and just slowly reiterate over these changes. I think I'm going way too deep and I need to do one piece at a time. I think I need to quit worrying about the idea of stacked items for now and just get anything to show up from my database on this UI. I think I'm overthinking this for now. So really what I'm wanting to do here in the item detail, first of all, the ID is going to become my ID, but to do this will eventually be my generated item ID field. But I don't want to break everything, so I'm pretty sure if I change that from a string to a long like my ID is, it's probably going to break every one of these scripts. So initially, this first pass, I'm going to leave their ID alone. And then I'm going to pass in another ID, I guess. I don't like that this is all public either, but maybe that's just because this is this is kind of tied to a scriptable object, isn't it? I guess. Generated ID. So the whole idea is we're going to convert to this one eventually. But we also need to pass in a reference to our generated item. We don't have to call it generated item. We'll just call it item. All right. And then we're not going to need all of these other values because they're all inside of my generated item. As long as I pass that in, I should be good. Now, I have a feeling, especially on like the icon IDs and probably some of these other ones. Let's just see what happens. I'm going to comment all these out, I think is the right thing, and see what breaks. You know what I mean? Properties we're not using, so I can get rid of that. I'm not using this localizer meta, so I can get rid of that. All right. That cleaned that class up. There wasn't a whole lot going on in that class, but look at all those red squigglies. So let's just kind of look now. So this is important for sure because this is what's setting the sprite. And we don't actually have a matching enum or anything in our database to match this up yet. So we're going to have to do like a helper method to assign this to their value. So let's just kind of step through these one at a time. If they're getting used, then we need to turn them back on is what's happening here. So this one is definitely important. And what should we do here? Like a just in the, this is in a mono behavior. So if I just do this as like a constructor, we determine what we need to pass in. Then when we create these, we can also initialize all of these other values that we need. I mean, they weren't getting assigned in here either. They're probably getting assigned. So we need to figure out where these are getting assigned to, I guess, which is probably in that. We probably have to go down the rabbit hole of the inventory base again. Or they might not have been, you know what? They might not have been getting defined at all because I think some of this is hard coded. Yeah, it is. See, there's a hard coded list in the item collection scriptable object right now. So we're going to have to change that. We don't want this hard coded stuff. So we're going to have to define, and we have to decide where we want to define it. A way to set all of these, the ones that we end up needing. So we know we need type. Let's just go through and figure out which ones we need. We need sprite ID. I guess we need class as well because that's tied somehow to the visuals. So we need class. Oh, wrong class again. We need this one. For sure, we need sprite and icon ID. I know I'm going to need it. We shouldn't need... We might need price for their shop, but I haven't got that far yet. So I'm going to leave that commented out unless it ends up being in one of these classes. Properties and tags we're not doing. Well, let's make sure it's not in here somewhere. So it's using the tag for two-handed weapon to kind of decide something in the setup. So, all right, so we need tags. We'll just have to figure out how to implement that on our side or remove it from theirs. But for now, it's probably easier just to leave it on and figure out how to set something there. What is this class? Inventory base? Why is the price? We're already submitting the visual item. So why are we also sending the price in this call? It's already inside of this item. Let me go to this call and see if we can clean this up. Again, we don't need this localized stuff right now. Where's this price coming into play? I'm going to take this out. I think, well, let's just comment it out for now. I don't think I'm going to do whatever it's doing there. Yeah, really a lot of this I should just be commenting it for now. Again, I'm not going to use weight, so I don't need that. If price and the item type is not equal to currency, add the price. I don't need that right now. And then in this call, I don't need this. I don't know why that was included, because doesn't visual item have a way to get price? Visual item dot it'll be in my detail. I don't know if I have it yet. Dot. Oh, I do, because it's in my item detail. Value, I don't remember what it was. Oh, it's under base item. Value. Yeah, so that's what it would be. So I don't need to pass it in a separate call. Update price. I guess I should go ahead and set this. I don't need to pass it in because I already have it, but that way anything they have set up is still there and I'm not losing it. I guess that makes more sense. Just value. There we go. All right, so anything related to price can still be turned on. This needs to be price, right? Price, what is price? Oh, that's the text. Again, why are we passing price inside of the... It's fine. I just don't understand why we're doing it that way. Leave it alone for now. We can refactor this later. All right. This class, this property stuff. This is in the crafting section, which is totally not. What's this item ID though? Or did we just... Oh yeah, we just caused that to go away. And I'm just gonna... Sections I'm not even using yet. We took that out, didn't we? There's one more red squiggly down here tied to what? What are we in here? Oh no, we're not in there. That's just a material list. Yeah, whatever that's for. I guess it's for crafting. That's definitely getting commented out. Receipt. If it's a recipe, yeah, we're not doing that yet. We're not doing that yet. Okay. This is where it changes the colors. So I do want to tie this somehow to what they've got. So they've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 types. Rarities, I mean. How many did I make? I don't remember. One, two, three, four, 5. Okay. But see how both of these are gray in their system? So really I can just avoid using legacy. And I can just use these other ones. Basic, common, rare, epic, legendary, and mine are common, uncommon. So instead of common, I could name it basic. Rare, epic, everything else matches. Just by coincidence, I didn't actually look at this first. So why not just, for now anyways, I'll redefine my test items to match their system. And then later on, I can change that up if I want to. Okay. So now in the code where it's getting mad at me, visual item, detail rarity. So I do want this here. This is all getting set from that item scriptable object. It's not getting set anywhere else, right? Yeah. So if I set the scriptable object correctly, then it should just all link up, in theory. Still got a red squiggly. What's this one for? Price. I'm just gonna add price back in. And like I said, we'll just assign, we'll make sure we assign all these, besides assigning the item to the item collection now. I hope this works. Because this is a scriptable object. I mean, at least the collection is. I mean, the individual items aren't really, but. All right, one more. And we're not even using this class yet. Initialize as 2 parameters. Well, that's because we told it not this one. Okay, that fixes all of the errors, I think. All right, so we've cleaned up item detail. We got stuff turned off that we just don't need. And a lot of this stuff we don't even need separate for now, but for now we're going to use it. And then we can refactor all of these like calls in these different classes to use the actual field in the item object. And that will clean this up a ton. Like almost all of this can go away. And like this tags, I think I'm going to refactor and figure out how to get rid of it. I bet there's a way to do that. And the class is also going to be an item, but right now this is like the, if it's a sword or if it's a armor, spear. I want to go to the declaration of that, please. Yeah, there you go. You can see what it is. It's just an enum. And we only found that one spot that was even looked at, didn't we? Maybe not. This might have been looked at a lot when it was actually defining. Yeah, it's probably looked at a lot when it's trying to figure out how to set up the sprite. But the tags is the one I only saw in that one spot tied to two-handed weapons. They were doing the logic that way, where I feel like I can take this out. If I have to, I'll define something else, but I feel like the item class itself could be two-handed. And that would probably clean that up a little bit where I wouldn't need this extra field that I'm not currently capturing. This is not captured in my current item. The rest of this stuff is. Everything here is in my item class. So I think the next thing is to try and populate this item collection table. So right now in the, let's close everything. I got too much open. Right now, this is the class that gets, at least currently in their example system, that gets initialized and actually creates that inventory. And it's using the static instance on item collection to create that list. So if I populate that, I mean, if we go in there right now, we can see it's hard coded with these 8 items. So I really just need to do, I need to clear those items out first, which that's probably why they said this. You can probably do an inventory.clear. I don't know if there's an actual call that does that somewhere. We don't have an object called inventory in here. We have player inventory, but I don't think there's a clear. No. So it probably just means I should define something to do that. But, so this, and look, actually, I think I already said this last time. We don't even have to use this scriptable object. Do we? As long as we pass in a list of visual items, this system would still work. And you can see in their test initialization, they always pass in just a blank list for the equip. So that's why when you start it, the guy's naked. And the inventory will be tied to our items. Okay. So I'm going to create a new script. We're going to call this inventory manager. And in here, let's see, this will be a mono behavior. And we're going to have a start. What are we going to do here? So in the start, we need to pull in our inventory. into visual items, into a list of visual items, because we're going to need that for that call, a list of visual items. So that's one thing. We need to pull our inventory back, which we don't have a call for yet, so we're going to have to define that in the server. And then we need the list of equipped items. Pull in list of equipped items into a list of visual items again. Those other two don't require us to do anything. We can just set them to something default. Oh. I think we already have this call. Pull in the list of equipped items. Let's do this up here too. So we're going to have a list. Visual item. Inventory. Equipped. Okay. All right. So equipped, I think. Well, we don't have a way to pull it into visual items, but we do have the equipped. Alt enter. You're telling me to push Alt enter and it's not working. Equals game server dot instance dot item client dot we don't have a way to get the list of equipped items yet either, so we're going to need to define both of those. So we need to define get inventory and get equipped items. Because equipped is what? I don't know. All right. Jumping back to the server then, let's see if we can define. So we need to define a call to get equipped items. And what are we going to have to pass in for that? I guess the hero ID. Do we already have? I don't think we have anything. We'll just say get equipped items request. And we just need to pass in the hero ID for that. Okay, and then we're going to return what is equipped? I don't know what equipped is. Equipped is the full list of equipment, so never mind. Just broken down right now into separate slots, which honestly is not very clean. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm gonna do a new one called get equipped items response. And I want this to be a repeated generated item equipped items. Yeah, that way I can loop through it. This is, I think I've probably said this in the past, but this is going to be a huge issue, I think, once I have more item slots. Whereas this, I can just easily loop through a list. So, get equipped item response. All right. And now for the we'll say get inventory. Get inventory request. And let's think. What do we need for that? We need to know the game and the player ID. And then we can create that unique ID field that's in the table so far. So if you remember, we did player ID underscore game ID. So that's why we need both of those. Player ID and game ID should be enough. So message get or what was it called? I don't remember what I called it. Get inventory request. We're going to pass in player ID and game ID. Okay. And that will return inventory response. Okay. That's good. Let's regenerate this class now that we have those two additional service calls and the methods associated with them. And we should be able to override them in our service and create the code. This will be in the items service. Okay. These are all red because it's generating these classes. It's not done yet. There's really not 500 errors in this class, I swear. Okay. So we need to add the overrides. I kind of like to keep them all together. It doesn't look like I did a good job of that in this class though. It's got to be a public void if I remember right. And then we need to call it whatever it is. Get equipped items. Oh, that's not good. I already have a get equipped items. It's all right. I'm going to rename the one I've already got. Okay. That way I don't bump into this one. We need to pass in the get equipped items request. And it returns a get equipped items response. That's kind of what we already did down here. I just don't want them in separate objects like that. I don't know why I did it that way. I'm sure there was some reason I did it this way and I don't remember why. Why do I have it broken out into separate pieces in the object rather than being able to loop through it? I mean, that's fine. This is separate from that. I'm not messing with other stuff. I'm not rethinking that right now. I need to quit getting sidetracked. So right now, really what I need to do, since I'm returning a list, I need to do very similar to what that's doing down there, probably. I need to find all the items. That's what this does. The hero ID is in the request. Okay. Equipped mod list. That's not gonna work. What I'm doing there is not gonna work. I still don't think I need to rewrite everything, but I think what I'm doing in this way is going to be slightly different. So we can still get the list of equipped items this way, but we need these in a list of generated items rather than whatever it's doing down here. So this is returning this equipped object which has the two elements. It has a weapon and an armor object. I guess I can do it that way. And I'll refactor this at some point. Probably when I add more item slots, because that's when this is going to become more difficult. But I can pull this in just by calling that same call. So I have a list of those two. All we have right now is weapon and armor. So then I just need to define the new list. So a list of generated item, equipped items, and I just make that a new array list. And then literally just add the two values. So I have equipped dot get weapon, and then we have equipped get armor. That's all that would be in our equipped list right now. So now I just do the normal RPC stuff, right? So I set up a get equipped items response, or whatever the heck I called it. Response equals set equipped items. It wants an index. I don't want to do it that way. I want to set the whole thing. Oh, it's add. I always forget that. There we go. Add all equipped items. Okay. And then the stream observer on next. Stream observer completed. Okay. So the get equipped items is set up now. Now the other one was get inventory. Public void get inventory. I don't know if that's what it was called. I'm going to look. It is. And on this one, we're passing in the get inventory request. Do I not have a get inventory response? Oh, it's just inventory response. Leave it up to me to make things not consistent. Okay. So we're going to have to add a repo to get into that inventory table. I didn't make a repo for it yet, did I? Did I even make a entity for it yet? I didn't do anything yet. Inventory. um, okay. This is a entity. Table is named inventory. And I want to use my Lombok data calls for getters and setters. Now, let's just pull in, even though there's not much going on here. Slightly less typing. Make sure it's linking to the right table. It is, or the right class. Ooh, it failed. I mean, it didn't really fail, but it didn't add the ID field for some reason. What did I call the ID field? Inventory ID. And that's the ID column. And generated value strategy equals generated type dot identity. Why does it do that? I was just typing. Don't jump out of there on me. Private long inventory ID. All right. Now we need to create the repository for that one. And that's going to extend JPA repository. And this will be inventory DB long. Okay. Double checking. Somebody's supposed to come to my house today. Just making sure. They didn't tell me when they'd be here yet. Private file, inventory repository. This is getting really long. I need to break this into multiple lines. All right, we have an inventory repository. The request has the player and the game ID. So we want to first do a quick string builder. Call this inventory call it player game ID. And then we'll do a player, not IDs, it's ID. Player game ID dot append request dot get player ID dot append an underscore, and then dot append request dot get game ID. Why didn't that one work? Cannot call methods on long type. Oh. Yeah, I think I'm doing this wrong. So this is going to be toString. Right? No, not right. And then I should be able to do that all in the same line, I think. Maybe I had my parentheses in the wrong spot. Oh, I think I did. All right. So there's my special ID that so now we just need to define so this will be a list of inventory DB objects. And this will be inventory repository dot find all by, and we're gonna have to define this function player game ID. And we're gonna pass in the player game ID. I hate when it does that. It's like trying to compile my code while I'm typing. I know this is not in there yet. That's okay. I don't know if I need anything else. I think it's smart enough. Oh, it's not going to be smart enough. This needs to be a string. And then over here, I just need to change that to string. Okay. So at this point, we'll have all of the inventory items. Well, we'll have a list of the generated item IDs anyways, because that's all we have in that table. We have this list of generated item IDs is what we'll have. So now, since we're trying to return a we want to return a list of all of those actual generated item types. So we're going to have to loop through this. First, we'll create a list because it's going to return a list of generated items. So let's create that. Okay. Now we need to loop through inventory DBs. And we probably already have a method that will return a generated item somewhere in here. I know I did. I know I had one. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of heroes. All right. So what we're going to do here, so we have the get item info, which returns, whoops, I don't know what I just clicked. We have this one, and it's returning a generated item. But we can't use this in this call because this is an RPC call. So this won't work. But what I can do, I can make a public, not a public, a private generated item get item info. And in this one, I'll pass the item ID. So let's say long generated item ID. And I think what I can do up here is pull pretty much this whole section before the return into this new method. That way we can use this in a different method as well. And then up here, we will pass this call here. So it'll be generated item equals get item info, pass in the item ID. There we go. Now down here, of course, I need to change this to just be the value I passed in. And that will clean that up. Now I can use this for my new call as well. So it's used in the RPC call, but now I can use it in my other call. And this just needs to return all right. That's good. So now down here, we should be able to do this call pretty quickly for each item. So get item info inventory db dot get generated item ID. And then of course we need to actually save this. Inventory item. Okay, and then we need to add that to our list. Okay. Once this is done, we have our entire list of items after it gets past that for loop. Then all we do is create the response. So inventory response. Add all inventory items dot build. Stream observer. Okay. That should allow us to pull all the equipped items and pull all the inventory. All right. Let's do a rebuild and make sure that nothing's broke on the server side first. And we'll restart it, make sure it runs. And if nothing's broken on this side, then we need to regenerate the proto stuff for the Unity client and make the updates on the client side. Okay, no errors on the build. Let's see if it starts. All right, the server started right up, no issues. So now we need to jump back to the Unity side and actually let me get back into my run my proto file command line, which will regenerate all of my proto files in my Unity client. Okay. It'll probably take a second to recompile based on those updates. And I actually still have some errors, but I don't think they're related to this. It's related to other stuff I've been working on in here. What was that error? Editor, character editor, item detail. So the character editor I'm not using right now, but it says it needs that meta. It needs that meta to list call that I deleted. I guess that's where it was being used. I was trying to figure out where the heck it was being used. Okay. But I think I also deleted a I did. I deleted a method that was looking for meta to list. Do I just put that back in for now? Like I said, I need to just get this working and then I can start removing functionality that they have in here that I don't need. But let me pull that back in from their GitHub. I don't think I can pull it in that way. Well, I have their code in another project that I was testing with. So that should have the unrevised code in it. Let me go grab that. What was the name of this class that I changed? Item params. I changed the name of it to item details. So if I open this just in Notepad to grab that little section out, this one is the one it's complaining about. We're going to put it back in there for now. I don't know what it does, but it's getting mad. I want to get rid of all the errors. One more error left. There's no argument given. Oh, that's because I added the constructor. I don't need that constructor. Now there should be no errors. Okay. Got that far. Now in our inventory UI, we want to add a new empty object and call this inventory manager. And we're going to drop our new inventory manager script on here. I know we don't have anything in there yet, but this is what it's going to do. Then we also need to drop in a networking. What did I call it? I think I called it Game Manager last time. And the game server. And then in here, I need to add the new, oh no, it's not a new client. It's still just the item client. So we're good there. We don't need to make changes to that. Okay. So I have the game server, which will give me access to the clients, RPC clients. I have this inventory manager that will boot up when I start. And that's what will set the new inventory base. So in the inventory base, the way it used to run is it used to do this test initialize. But we took that out. That's not running anymore. So it's not going to grab that data from the item collection anymore. We're going to define this programmatically and see if we can get it to work that way. And just not use this hard-coded scriptable object thing that we don't need for this part. I like the scriptable objects for the, I need them for all the different sprites and icons and stuff. But everything else is stored in the database. So really the only scriptable objects we'll have to use are the collections of graphics, like the sprites and everything else can be stored in the database. And the references to those items will be stored in the database along with it, which we already have. We already have the sprite ID and the icon ID fields. Okay. So what do I need now? I need to get the list. I need to pull back the list of items that I have right now. So I can pull both of these back, but they're not in this visual item. So I'm going to have to create a helper method to create item. It'll be item generated item to visual item. I don't know where I want to do that. Probably the new inventory manager. It'll be a static singleton or whatever. Public static instance, or not instance there. Inventory manager instance. Okay. I can do, we'll have a list of generated items. And this will be inventory gen items equals game server dot instance dot, you know what, I didn't do the definition in the item client yet. I need to link to those new calls. Where's that at? It's going to be under networking. So we have those two new calls. One was called a list of generated item, and it's going to be called get equipped items, and we just passed the hero ID to get those, right? Client dot get equipped items, new get equipped items request. Okay. Oh, that returns a response. Did that work? No? Why? How do I convert that to a regular list? Why haven't I ran into this already? This seems like something fairly common. Have I really not ran into this yet? I'm returning a repeated list and I want to assign it to a list in C#. I find that really hard to believe. I really just want to assign this way. It's not giving me any ideas on how to do it here. I'm going to... Sometimes ChatGPT is good at this kind of stuff. Let's see if it can give me... How can I convert my repeated field proto list object to a list object C#. Here is the code I am trying to get to work. Let's see, what if I pass it? Is this enough? I don't think this is going to be enough though. It's not going to know what the response is. I'll copy this and then I'll also copy the other one. And I'll kind of define that. Here's the code. Here's the method I am trying to do the conversion on. And here is the code that defines the proto response object. Maybe that's enough. We'll see. If it can even just give me an idea, or I can do a Google search in a minute if this doesn't work too. It seems really weird that I don't have this. I haven't ran into this already. Seems weird to me. Or at least I don't remember running into it already. There we go. That's all I needed to do. I've probably done this already and I just don't remember. I literally just have to say to list. That's what it says anyways. Did I need the... Yeah, that's it. All right. So there's that one. I need the other one. Oh, I have to return that. And I mean, we can shorten this a little bit anyways. We can probably shorten this a lot. Yeah, I'm overthinking this. Return client dot equipped items dot to list. Get rid of this extra. Okay, there's that one. So the other one's going to be very similar. List of generated item. Get inventory items. This one we have to pass the player ID and the game ID. So we got to make sure we have that in our we need to make sure our inventory manager can get that. So we're going to have to either, for now we'll hard code it, but we just have to remember we're going to have to pass that into the scene through probably player prefs or something to make sure we have that available for that initial call. Get inventory, new get inventory request. All right. And then we need to do inventory dot to list. Thank you for splitting that into another line for absolutely no reason. All right. Oh, that looks good. And like I said, we're going to need to pass in the player and game IDs. Let's see who's calling me. Nobody I know. Okay. So there's that part. And then we need the same thing for not equipped items, generated items still. Equipped gen items. And we got to do another call for this one. Equipped items. I did not type that. Yeah, we're hard coding that as well right now. We don't know which hero we're on. Okay. Now that we have both of those lists, we need to create this helper function that turns them into lists of visual items. So let's say it's going to return what? It's going to return a visual item. Not public. It doesn't have to be public. Well, it doesn't hurt to be public. Public, it's going to return a visual item. And we'll call it convert generated item to visual item. All right. Now, is visual item a mono behavior? Because if it is, this might be an issue. Might have to rethink what I'm doing here. No, it's not, so we're okay. Why isn't I thought I included a generated item field in here. Or no, that's in the, yeah, see this, we can refer to the detail. I don't want to do it this way. I don't think I have to do it this way though. That, I mean, I can see all that's doing is referencing the item collection. And the item collection, just to make sure I'm not losing my mind here. The item collection, I mean, it references these other collections. But as far as this item section, I don't want to use it. The rest of this I could still use. But let's look again. Dot active. Where did I set active? I already forgot. Oh, that's set in item collection. Yeah, that's like how I'm setting instance. This is like a static instance of this item collection class. Get item params. Get item sprite, get item icon. So if I go into item collection, I'm sure all of those are just referencing the values in that items table that I don't want to use. So I can just reference these same objects from my database is what I want to do. Let's just double check though that I'm not misunderstanding the flow here. So the active is just, like I said, it's just a public static for that. Get item params. So it is doing, what's it returning? What is this doing? It's looking in, I mean, first of all, we can see it's looking in the item list, which I don't want it to do. Right? Right here, you can see items. That's what I don't want it looking in for anything. But then what is it doing here? It's saying what is item sprites? I don't know what item sprites is. I mean, I see what it is right here, but where is it defined? Where is it initialized? Because I do need it to find the sprite data. So I think some of this is still needed, but I just don't want to use the item collection to do that. Let's see. I guess I can just try to define it and see what happens first. So in here, instead of getting this from the item collection, I do want to run these methods, but I don't want to get it. All right, so the first thing it runs, I mean, this isn't even really running. This is just, I guess it is running something there. We're passing in the visual item, which is just an ID and account. That's it. An ID and account is getting passed to these methods. As far as anything else is concerned, item collection active get item sprite. So let's check that one. The item params, I guess all of them. Let's look at get item params first. Get item params. This one, I need to change it so that it is not looking in the items table. Hmm. Item detail has generated item ID as their ID field. All these other fields that it needs for the visual logic. This is returning an item detail. And this isn't doing anything. This isn't doing anything like to modify sprites or anything like that. So this one for sure I can change to why can't we just put the detail in this item? Is there a reason why visual item can't contain the detail? I don't understand why I couldn't just do that. Why I couldn't do, which I don't like public, but for now, just while I'm testing, why can't I do this? And return this. And I can set this on my generation when I generate the visual item from the generated item. And then the get item sprite, does that reference? I don't know if that one references the item list. I don't think it does. Get item params, visual item. Yeah, so this part is where I need to change. Since these other ones are making references to this, I just need to say return visual item dot detail. I'm going to include it in the visual item class. I haven't figured out why I can't do that yet. And so this will return that code without referencing the item collection, the static item collection. And then the same thing with this one, it's doing the same thing. And then I think that's good. So I think if I define this list of items now, I can work on that initialization script, and it might work. Okay, visual item. So, what do we need to define in here? So we have an ID. Do we need to reference that ID anywhere? That's the other question. I don't think so. Because I don't even know what to assign as the visual item ID. Visual item dot ID equals what? Can I assign the generated item ID? Or maybe this needs to be the base ID. Since the generated item ID won't be something static that I can use. Base item dot ID. Let's try that. I don't even know what this is being used for. Why is it mad? Okay, fine. Make it a string then. And then what else do I have in visual item? Count. And detail. I just added detail. Visual item dot count. See, this part's confusing. I guess the generated item table is going to need the count, not the inventory like I put it in before. Did I already put it in there? I didn't put it in there yet. But I think this one is going to need a count. At least the way this code's flowing. I don't have access to the inventory table. Right? I don't have anything here. For now, we're going to set this to 1 because we're not even pulling it in. We'll figure that out later, like I said. And then we have the detail. But we're going to have to define that too, aren't we? So we're going to say item detail, new item detail. Item equals generated item. And then class. Yeah, some of this is going to get tricky right now anyways. How do I want to do this so I don't miss a step? Let's see. Item detail. Just split real quick while I'm doing this. And we'll just go down the list. So the first one is item rarity. Item detail dot rarity equals generated item dot base item dot rarity. Is that good, or is it going to make me do like a conversion routine? Dot value. I don't even know. I convert a string to a enum value if the strings match. Maybe I should have sent a enum parse, enum try parse. Okay. What it was saying? Oh, it's not letting that work. It should be though. No, it doesn't like it. Oh, it's a capital P. Okay. Good. It's not mad at me anymore. There's no like try catch there, but that's okay. All right, what's next? Type. Dot type. Can I look at that real quick to see what is in there? To see if I have anything that would match? Weapon or armor. I do have that in that one field. So we should be able to do that one in the same way. Enum.parse. This time we're doing an item type. Generate item, base item dot type. And it didn't like that. I think it's item slot, or is it item type? Let's go look at the database. It's item slot. Mine are all uppercase. That might cause an issue. It's gonna cause an issue. Can I do like camel case somehow? Didn't like that either. Well, maybe this one doesn't even need to. Maybe I have this one set up right. No, no, I didn't. All right, so go back to what I had. Make this to string. And then I need to also make it to like which one is it? Upper invariant? What does upper invariant do? Help me again, ChatGPT. How can I convert a string of all uppercase characters to camel case? Or maybe I just say to, well, I'm going to say camel case because I don't know. To the first character, uppercase, and the rest lowercase in C sharp. Looks good. Drop that in here. And then just say to title case simple. Okay. So that's the type. The class is a little more difficult. And I don't even know where this comes into play. But what I could probably do for now, let's not do anything and see if it doesn't break. Let's do this. Item detail dot class equals item class dot sword. Actually, I could probably do a really quick switch statement because sometimes it's armor. So let's say switch. Generated item, base item, item slot case. Case. Armor. Case. Weapon. And then we can say this or I don't even know, is there item classes for armor? I don't know. We're gonna click light because that's probably light armor. I don't know what that really means. Okay. There's a quick switch statement to assign class tags. I mean, it's a list of enums. And right now there's only these things. I'm not going to assign it for now. Hopefully it doesn't break it. Actually, I'll just make it an empty list. Okay. Price. So we can grab that from our generated item. Base item. Value. And eventually we might change that. So like a higher end version of the base item will be worth more, but right now this is all I'm doing for that. And then the icon and sprite IDs are both also in our item, in our generated item, I mean. The meta is nothing. I don't even know what we would define there. All right, so that's the item detail. We need to assign that to the visual item. Wait, what? Oh, okay then. Okay. Once that's assigned, I don't think there's anything else to assign to this. Oh, there is. Well, no, but these go to the right spots now. I don't know. That's a mess. Okay, so there's the visual item that we're returning. And what did I have to do here? I need to set the inventory list and the equipped items list up there. The list of visual items. I need to set those. So I need to loop through each one. So let's loop through the equipped ones. Okay. We need to initialize those. All right, and then in here, this is the inventory. So I need to say inventory add convert generated item to visual item. Nope, nope, nope. And pass in the generated item. And then I need just to do the same thing for the other. That wasn't right. It's in equipped gen items. My bad. And item. Okay, so that will create the list of those two items that we need in the start function. And there's several calls here. So we have to make sure we don't have some type of race condition where we're waiting on these in this other section, but so once that's set up, the inventory base initialize method, we should be able to call that after the rest of this is done and send all these items in. In theory, right? Is this a... This is not... I don't know if I can create this as a singleton or not. Where is this going to be located? Or it's already located on the... It's located in the UI already. I guess I could do an event and trigger it that way. So over here I could do a um okay. Over here in the start method. This will be inventory manager dot instance dot on inventory initialize. I'm going to create a local method. And then once this triggers, I should be able to just call the initialize method. With what values? So we need inventory manager dot instance dot inventory. You want to be able to access these. You know what? I'm going to change that to be a little cleaner. Um, all right. Passing the inventory. I need to do the same thing for equipped items. I don't mind if somebody gets it, but I don't want them changing the values outside of this class. This manager is made to manage them. Let's rename. Okay. And the next item to pass in was the equipped items. And then the bag size, let's just set that to 16. I think we have 11 items right now. And the last thing was an action for on refresh. I don't know what I need to set here. That's not what I typed in. Instance dot equipped items. That was weird. And then this will just be no for now. Let's see if that still works. It might not. It probably won't. What? I don't know what that means. What does this mean in C#? I'm almost done today, guys, whether this is successful or not. I got a lot done. This is complicated. There's a lot going on. Probably gonna take a couple sessions just to get this to even kind of start working. I just need to add ref. Is that what it's telling me to do? It's mainly just saying I want to pass the reference, which doesn't it do that anyways? Maybe not. I don't know. It didn't seem to make it happy, did it? That was not the fix. That would have been too easy, I guess. All right. If a method parameter is declared as ref, you must void increment ref int x. Add ref at the call sign. That the method can modify. Is that why it's getting mad? Because these are private setters? What happened if I add ref? Does it give me a different error? So if I go back into inventory manager and change this to public. Nope, that didn't fix it either. Oh, that made it happy. Didn't make this one happy, but it's just a warning. It's fine. I still need to pass it as a ref. Okay. None of that should be used, which it's not. Well, this will be a miracle if this even runs. But I think we're getting close to the point where we're going to be able to start brute forcing our way to trying to get this to work. Definitely want to save everything before I click play. Don't want to lose any changes we've made. Save. We're in the proper scene with our new objects. We'll be able to look when this is loaded to see if these load correctly. Okay, this is getting mad because our enum, and I bet it's because I have it all uppercase. And I don't think that's how it is for that one. I don't know why I didn't think about changing that one as well. Where was that at? Inventory manager. This one here, the rarity. Needs to do the same thing. I didn't mean to lose that. Okay. Mm, kind of working, not really. I mean, it's not working yet. We don't even see the list. But there was no errors, which means I'm not calling something to generate this inventory object. You can see all the objects here. I guess it's the ID probably. The ID has to probably link back to something in the code. I think I'm gonna have to, there's probably a lot still going on here, so I think this is a good stopping point. I've got it running, and now the next time we'll be able to start debugging, adding some debug statements, and trying to watch as this flows through and try and figure out what I'm missing. I think it's probably that ID that we added. So remember over here, when we're creating the visual item, we're just giving it the base item ID. And the other things we're using like actual string values in there. And I bet those are linking somehow to something. So that's probably what I'm gonna have to do is figure that out. But it's getting pretty late in the day here. So I'm gonna call it for today, and the next time I'm on, we'll be troubleshooting that. And hopefully by the end of this next session, we'll have items appearing here matching from our database. That's my hope anyway. So, all right, I'm gonna get off of here for now, and anybody that's still on, thanks again for watching.